Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The dragons were gone. For generations, this truth had been as certain as the rising of the twin moons over the kingdom of Moria. A tale whispered to frightened children, a memory preserved in stone carvings and fading tapestries. The great beasts and those who commanded them had passed into legend, into dust, into nothing but wind-scattered ashes across the moors. Until the day Thorn Fieldson found the egg. It lay nestled in the rubble of a forgotten temple, half buried beneath centuries of fallen stone and creeping ivy. The young shepherd had followed a wayward lamb into the ruins, ancient columns jutting like broken teeth from the hillside, worn inscriptions in a language no living soul remembered how to read. Sunlight lanced through a crack in the collapsed dome above, illuminating the object with an almost reverential glow. At first, Thorn thought it was merely a strange stone, its surface the deep obsidian black of the midnight sky, veined with threads of gold that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. But when his calloused fingers brushed against the shell, warmth radiated up his arm, and something within the egg responded, a flicker of awareness, of recognition, of connection that left him gasping. The boy cradled the egg against his chest, its weight surprisingly light for its size, no larger than a loaf of bread, yet somehow containing the density of ancient stars. Unknown to Thorn, as he carried his discovery back toward the humble cottage he shared with his ailing grandmother at the edge of the Whisperwind Valley, he was being watched by eyes colder than winter frost. From the shadowed branches of a gnarled oak, a figure in polished silver armor observed the shepherd's departure from the temple ruins. The watcher's cloak billowed slightly in the evening breeze, revealing the emblem emblazoned on the breastplate, a dragon impaled by a silver spear. Commander Aldrich of the Silver Inquisitors narrowed his eyes, one hand reflexively moving to the pendant concealed beneath his armor. So, he murmured to the empty air, it begins again. 3 nights later, as midnight approached, Thorn woke to the sound of cracking. The egg, which he had hidden beneath his sleeping pallet, was fracturing, golden light spilling from each widening fissure. Without thinking, he reached for it, his fingers splaying across the warm surface as the shell gave way entirely. A creature tumbled into his palms, no larger than a cat, but unmistakably, impossibly, a dragon. Its scales gleamed like polished obsidian in the darkness, each one rimmed with a delicate filigree of gold. Wings, still damp from the birthing fluid, unfurled tentatively. Translucent membranes, catching the moonlight filtering through the cottage's small window. The dragon raised its head, revealing eyes of molten amber that fixed upon Thorn with ancient intelligence. Bonded. The word resonated not in Thorn's ears but within his mind, accompanied by a cascade of emotions: curiosity, hunger, affection, and something deeper, more primal, a connection forged between souls. What are you? Thorn whispered, though some buried part of him already knew the answer. Cinderfell, came the response, a name taking shape in his thoughts. And you are mine, as I am yours, Dragonmante. Before Thorn could process this revelation, the cottage door splintered inward. Silhouetted against the night sky stood 5 armored figures, their silver plate gleaming with unnatural brightness. At their center, A tall man with a face carved from granite and eyes like chips of ice stepped forward. "By order of the Silver Covenant, surrender the abomination," Commander Aldrich intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. "The penalty for dragon harboring is death by purifying flame." Thorn clutched the newborn dragon to his chest protectively. "Who are you? What right do you have to—" "We are the Silver Inquisitors," Aldrich interrupted, "sworn to ensure the old scourge never returns to devastate our lands again." His gaze fixed upon the small creature. "That thing may seem harmless now, but its kind once blackened the skies and reduced cities to cinders." Something stirred in Thorn's blood at these words, an anger not entirely his own. He felt Cinderfell's indignation, the dragon's inherited memories of a very different history. "You're lying," Thorn said, the certainty of it resonating through his newfound bond. Aldrich's expression hardened further. "Take them both." What happened next occurred too quickly for conscious thought. As the Inquisitors advanced, Cinderfell exhaled a plume of golden flame, impossibly powerful for a creature so small. Simultaneously, Thorn felt power surge through his own veins, his vision sharpening, his muscles flooding with inhuman strength. He moved with a grace that belonged to another, snatching his shepherd's crook from beside the door and wielding it with the precision of a master swordsman. In the chaos that followed, silver armor clanging against stone walls, shouts of alarm, the scent of singed leather and hair, Thorn and Cinderfell escaped into the night. Behind them, flames engulfed the only home he had ever known. His grandmother's frail form rescued at the last moment and placed safely beneath the village's healing tree. "Find them," Aldrich's voice rang out across the valley. "The Dragonmante must not escape Moria." Dawn found Thorn deep within the Viridian forest, his clothes torn, his body aching, Cinderfell perched upon his shoulder like a bizarre hunting bird. They had traveled further in one night than Thorn had ever ventured in his 18 years of life. The forest around them whispered with ancient magic, trees wider than village wells, foliage that seemed to shift colors with each passing breeze, flowers that chimed like crystal bells when brushed against, crystal mountains ahead. Cinderfell communicated, the dragon's thoughts becoming clearer with each passing hour. Safety there. "Wild ones." "Wild ones?" Thorn questioned aloud, still unaccustomed to the mental link. His answer came in the form of an arrow, silver-tipped and fletched with iridescent feathers, that embedded itself in the trunk mere inches from his head. Surrounding them, materializing from the forest like dew taking form, stood a dozen figures with skin the color of spring leaves and eyes that reflected the canopy above. The wild elves. Their leader stepped forward, a willowy female with intricate patterns tattooed across her visible skin, white hair cascading to her waist, a crown of thorns and blooms adorning her brow. Unlike her companions, whose faces registered shock or alarm at the sight of Cinderfell, her expression remained serene. "A Dragonmante walks among us again," she said, her voice like water flowing over smooth stones. "And the prophecy unfolds. I'm just a shepherd," Thorn protested weakly. "I don't know what's happening. These people, the Silver Inquisitors, they destroyed my home. They called me—" He hesitated, the unfamiliar word still strange on his tongue. "Dragonmante." The elven woman's gaze softened fractionally. "I am Seraphina, High Priestess of the Crystal Enclave. And you, shepherd boy, have stumbled into a war that has been sleeping for centuries." She gestured towards Cinderfell. "That is no ordinary dragon. The gold markings, it is a solstice drake, the rarest and most powerful of all dragon kind." Cinderfell preened slightly at this assessment, a wisp of golden smoke curling from his nostrils. "Come," Seraphina continued, turning gracefully. The Inquisitors will have tracked you to the forest's edge by now. We must reach the sanctuary of the mountains before nightfall. The Crystal Mountains deserved their name. As the group ascended through mist-wreathed passes, the very rock around them glittered with embedded gemstones, not merely decorative, but pulsing with palpable energy. Thorn felt Cinderfell grow stronger in their presence, the dragon's consciousness expanding, memories awakening. By sunset, they reached the Enclave, a city built seamlessly into the mountain face, crystal spires reaching toward the heavens, bridges of living vines spanning deep chasms. Elven dwellings carved from stone and living wood clung to the cliffside, while terraced gardens cascaded downward, tended by figures with the same verdant skin as their escorts. In the heart of this impossible place stood an ancient temple, open to the sky, its central feature a massive crystalline basin filled with water so clear it appeared almost invisible. It was here that Seraphina led Thorn, dismissing her warriors with a subtle gesture. "Look," she commanded, indicating the basin. "See what your Inquisitors would have you forget." Hesitantly, Thorn approached the water's edge. As he gazed into its depths, the surface rippled and images began to form, not reflections, but visions of a past long buried. Dragons soared above the lands of Moria, not as conquerors, but as guardians. Beside each great beast rode a human figure, their minds and souls entwined, the Dragonmantes. Together, they protected the realm from dark forces, maintained balance between the elemental powers, brought rain to parched lands, and kept volcanic fires in check. For 1,000 years, the Dragonmante alliance preserved harmony in Moria. Seraphina narrated as the visions shifted and flowed, until the shadow plague came. The images darkened. A creeping corruption spread across the land, crops withering, water turning foul, children born twisted and in pain. Desperate for answers, for solutions, the people turned against those with power. They needed something to blame, Seraphina continued softly. The dragons and their riders became convenient scapegoats. Led by a man named Vortigern, the First Silver Inquisition began hunting them to extinction. The water showed scenes of slaughter, dragons falling from the sky wreathed in flame, their riders executed in village squares, eggs smashed, hatchlings speared, ancient knowledge burned. "But here is the truth the Inquisitors hide," Seraphina said, her voice hardening. "The shadow plague wasn't caused by dragons. It was caused by the absence of their magic. New visions formed, showing massive crystalline structures buried deep beneath Moria's surface, pulsing with malevolent energy. Ancient beings, we call them the essence devourers, sleep beneath the land, feeding on magical energy. The dragons' presence kept them dormant, their magic forming a barrier the devourers could not breach. With the dragons gone, they're waking up, Thorn whispered, understanding dawning. That's why the Inquisitors are so determined to destroy Cinderfell. They fear the truth would turn the people against them. Seraphina's expression grew troubled. There is more. The leader of the Inquisitors, the one who hunts you now. The water's surface shifted one final time, revealing a younger commander, Aldrich. Around his neck hung a pendant, identical to the gold markings on Cinderfell's scales. Beside him stood a massive dragon with scales like burnished copper. "Aldrich is the last Dragonmante," Thorn breathed, the revelation striking him like a physical blow. He betrayed his own kind. "To save himself," Seraphina nodded. "He leads the hunt because he alone can sense when a new Dragonmante awakens. He has eliminated every dragon egg and potential rider for decades." Cinderfell, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly projected a powerful thought image into Thorn's mind. Aldrich's copper dragon, not killed but imprisoned. bound by silver chains in a cavern deep beneath the Inquisitor's fortress. His dragon lives, Thorn gasped. The final piece of the prophecy, Serafina confirmed. One rider to betray, one to redeem. Two dragons to restore the broken balance. Outside the temple, horns sounded, elven warnings echoing across the crystal mountains. The Inquisitors had arrived sooner than expected. Thorn looked down at Cinderfell, now the size of a large dog after just one day of growth, golden patterns glowing with intensifying power. The dragon met his gaze, determination flowing through their bond. "We have to free Aldrich's dragon," Thorn declared, "and make him remember what it means to be a Dragonmante." As silver-armored figures began their ascent toward the Enclave, Thorn stood tall, his shepherd's crook held like a staff of office. The path ahead was clear, though fraught with danger. He was no longer simply a shepherd boy who had found an egg. He was a Dragonmante of Moria, and the time for hiding was over. Story 2. Golden threads unraveled from the great tapestry, drifting like autumn leaves caught in an ethereal breeze. In the hallowed chambers of the Weaver's sanctum, high in the crystal spires of Moria, Lyriel Evenstar watched in horror as the magnificent creation, a living map of time itself, began to disintegrate before her eyes. Destiny was unraveling, and with it, the very fabric of reality. "Master Thalorian," she called, her voice echoing through the vaulted chamber. "The tapestry, it's failing!" But no answer came. The chamber stood empty, save for the massive loom that housed the tapestry of ages, its delicate threads shimmering with images of past and future events. For centuries, the weavers of Moria had guarded this sacred artifact, using their mystical gifts to maintain the proper flow of time and fate. Now, those golden threads, the ones representing futures yet to unfold, were vanishing at an alarming rate. Lyriel moved closer, her slender fingers marked with the spiraling silver tattoos of an apprentice weaver, reaching out instinctively toward the damaged portions. At 20 summers, she was the youngest weaver in 3 generations, and the most controversial. Her gift of the second sight allowed her to peer beyond the tapestry itself, to see time as it truly flowed, rather than merely its reflection in thread and pattern. The moment her fingertips brushed the silken strands, visions crashed over her like storm waves, a dagger gleaming with impossible darkness, a clockwork chamber where time flowed backward and forward simultaneously, and a figure standing amidst swirling temporal currents, eyes reflecting all the ages of the world. She jerked her hand back with a gasp as the last image burned itself into her mind. The tapestry completely unraveled, Moria's crystalline towers crumbling, and beyond them, the world dissolving into primal chaos. "This is why the others shun you, little weaver," came a quiet voice from the shadows. "You see too much. Things not meant for mortal eyes." Master Thalorian emerged from behind a column, his ancient face grave beneath his silver-threaded cowl. For 200 years, he had served as Grand Weaver, his fingers guiding the most crucial threads of fate. Now those hands trembled slightly as he approached. "The sundering has begun," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Earlier than foretold? What is happening, Master?" Lyriel asked, struggling to hide her fear. "Someone is cutting the threads," Thalorian replied, his gaze fixed on the damaged tapestry, intentionally severing the lines of fate. "But that's impossible," Lyriel protested. "Nothing can cut the threads once they're woven." Thalorian's eyes, clouded with cataracts, yet somehow seeing beyond the physical world, turned to her. "One thing can..." The Void Blade, forged in the spaces between realities. It was stolen from our vaults 3 nights past. "Why wasn't I told of this?" Lyriel demanded. "The Council deemed it unwise to inform you." Thalorian said, regret coloring his tone. Your visions make many uncomfortable, child. They fear what you might see or do with such knowledge. Anger flared within her. Always the outsider, always mistrusted, because of a gift she never asked for. Before she could respond, however, the chamber doors burst open, and 4 Weaver guards entered, their crystal-tipped spears leveled at her. "Apprentice Lyriel Evenstar," announced the captain, his voice resonating with formal authority. "By order of the High Council, you are to be confined until the matter of the stolen Void Blade is resolved." "What?" she gasped. "And do you think I took it? Your quarters were found empty during the midnight bell," the captain continued impassively. "The same hour the blade vanished." "I was in the observatory," she protested, "watching the convergence of the twin moons. Master Callista can confirm." "Master Callista has already testified that you were not with her," Thalorian interrupted gently. "Child, come peacefully. We will sort this misunderstanding." Betrayal stung like winter frost. Even Thalorian believed her capable of this. The man who had championed her cause when the council would have expelled her for her unsettling visions. As the guards approached, something within Lyriel, some instinct beyond rational thought, took control. Her hand reached for a loose thread from the great tapestry, a single golden strand that had fallen from the loom. The moment her fingers closed around it, the world shifted. Thalorian's cry of alarm faded into nothingness as the sanctum dissolved around her. For a heartbeat, Lyriel existed everywhere and nowhere, carried by the thread's connection to all times and places. Then, with a sensation like plunging into icy water, reality solidified again. She found herself in the lower Warren, Moria's sprawling undercity, where those without crystal magic or noble birth eked out lives in the shadow of the spires. The contrast was immediate and jarring, from the pristine halls of the Weavers to the grime and clamor of the Warren's marketplace. Disoriented and nauseated from her impossible journey, Lyriel stumbled against a merchant's stall, sending spiced fruits tumbling to the cobblestones. "Oh, watch yourself," the merchant growled, then paused as he noticed her silver-marked hands. "A weaver down here?" Lyriel pulled her sleeves down hastily. Weavers rarely ventured to the lower Warren, and she had no wish to attract attention. She needed to think, to plan. If the council believed her guilty of stealing the Void Blade, returning to the sanctum meant imprisonment, or worse. Well. "The little weaver takes a tumble," drawled a voice from behind her. "Seems your precious threads can't always keep you upright." She whirled to find a man leaning against a wall, watching her with amused green eyes. Tall and lithe, dressed in grey leathers adorned with pockets and sheaths, he had the look of someone who preferred shadows to sunlight. A thief, most likely, or a smuggler. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said stiffly, turning to leave. "Don't you?" He pushed away from the wall, falling into step beside her. "Strange, since you just rode a fate thread halfway across the city. Quite the trick. I'm impressed." Lyriel froze. "How could you possibly know that?" His smile widened, revealing a chipped canine tooth. "Because normal people don't appear out of thin air, clutching golden threads. I'm Davron, by the way, Davron Nightshade. Is that supposed to mean something to me?" "Not yet," he acknowledged cheerfully, "but it will, especially when I tell you I know who took your precious Void Blade and why the tapestry is unraveling." Her suspicion must have shown on her face, for he laughed and extended his hand. Resting on his palm was a small object that made her breath catch, a perfect miniature of the Void Blade, rendered in obsidian. "The real one's much more impressive," he said conversationally. "Cuts through anything, steel, stone, spells, reality itself." "You stole it," she hissed, backing away. I liberated it, he corrected, on contract. But my employer wasn't entirely forthcoming about what would happen next. I don't mind a bit of chaos, but the end of everything. He shook his head. Bad for business? Before Lyriel could respond, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Above, in the highest spire where the great tapestry hung, a pulse of golden light erupted, visible even through stone and distance. The tremor passed, but left in its wake a subtle wrongness, as though reality itself had hiccuped. That's the third one today, Davren noted grimly. They're getting stronger. Who hired you? Lyriel demanded. He called himself the Timekeeper, Davren replied. Odd fellow, spoke as though he was having 3 conversations at once, eyes like he was seeing everything that ever was or would be. The description matched her vision perfectly. Where is he now? The ethereal catacombs. He's using the void blade to cut specific threads, important ones, anchor points in the tapestry. Said something about correcting the pattern and preventing the cycle. Another tremor shook the ground, stronger than the last. In the distance, a crystalline tower, one of the smaller spires, cracked and crumbled with a sound like breaking glass. We need to stop him, Lyriel said urgently. That's why I waited for you, Davren admitted. I figured if anyone could counter a madman with time powers, it'd be a weaver. Especially one with the second sight. Lyriel's eyes narrowed. How do you know about that? The Timekeeper knew you'd come, said you're woven into the solution, whatever that means. Another tremor, another distant crash. Decisions had to be made quickly. The ethereal catacombs are sealed, she said. No one has entered them in centuries. Davren grinned, patting one of his many pouches. A good thing I excel at opening things that prefer to stay closed. Their journey to the catacombs took them through the forgotten places of Moria, ancient tunnels beneath the lower warren, chambers whose purposes had been lost to time. Davren moved through the darkness with the confidence of one who had mapped every shadow, while Lyriel used her gift to sense the flow of time around them, alert for distortions that might indicate the Timekeeper's presence. They found the entrance to the ethereal catacombs hidden behind a waterfall in a cavern deep beneath the city. True to his word, Davren's lockpicks made short work of the ancient seals, though Lyriel's knowledge of Weaver sigils was needed to safely disarm the magical wards. Beyond the entrance lay a realm of impossibility. The catacombs existed partially outside normal time, chambers where years passed in minutes, corridors where one might walk backward through their own memories, halls where time stood perfectly still, preserving moments from ages past in crystalline clarity. At the heart of this temporal labyrinth, they found him, the Timekeeper, a figure both ancient and youthful, his form shifting subtly between different ages as he worked methodically at a device resembling a clockwork loom. The void blade gleamed in his hand, severing golden threads that he selected with careful precision. "You're destroying everything," Lyriel called out, her voice echoing strangely in the timeless chamber. The Timekeeper turned, his kaleidoscope eyes reflecting countless realities. "I am saving everything," he corrected. "This is the Architect's final failsafe." "The Architect?" Davren questioned. "The mythical creator of Moria." "Not mythical at all," the Timekeeper responded, his voice resonating like multiple speakers slightly out of sync. "I served him in life. Now I serve his vision in whatever state this is." He gestured around them, and the chamber walls became transparent, revealing the multiverse beyond, infinite variations of Moria, some thriving, others in ruins, all connected by the golden threads of the great tapestry. "Every 1,000 years, the pattern repeats," he explained. "The devourers awaken, drawn by the concentration of temporal energy in the tapestry." They consume reality itself, starting with Moria and spreading outward until nothing remains. The architect built this place, he indicated the clockwork loom, as a reset mechanism. By cutting specific threads, I create a new pattern, one the devourers cannot track. But you're destabilizing everything, Lyriel protested. The city is literally falling apart. A necessary phase, the timekeeper said calmly. Artai, the old must collapse entirely before the new can form. Davrin's hand had drifted to one of his hidden daggers. And how many die in this necessary phase? Fewer than would perish if the devourers came, the timekeeper answered. His form flickered, momentarily revealing a much older man, bent with exhaustion. I have done this 7 times before. It never gets easier. Lyriel's second sight activated unbidden, and suddenly she could see what the timekeeper saw, the approaching temporal predators, vast beings of void and hunger that existed between realities, drawn to the concentrated power of fate itself. But she also saw something he had missed, a third option, hidden in the complex interweaving of the threads. There's another way, she said, stepping forward. Not cutting, but reweaving. The timekeeper paused, genuine surprise crossing his ever-changing features. Impossible. The pattern is fixed. Not for someone with the second sight, Lyriel countered. I can see beyond the pattern, to the potential behind it. She extended her hand. Give me the blade. For a moment that stretched into eternity, the timekeeper studied her. Then, slowly, he offered the void blade, handle first. If you fail, there won't be another chance. Lyriel took the weapon, feeling its impossible weight, heavier than its size suggested, as though it carried the burden of all it had ever severed. She approached the clockwork loom, which she now recognized as an ancient predecessor to the great tapestry. I need your hands, she said to Davrin, a thief's precision. He nodded, stepping up beside her without hesitation. And your knowledge, and she said to the timekeeper, guide us. Together, the three worked in the heart of chaotic time, cutting where necessary, reweaving where possible, creating a new pattern that would both preserve Moria and divert the devourers' attention. Lyriel's gift allowed her to see the optimal path. Davrin's deft fingers executed the delicate work, and the timekeeper's vast experience provided crucial guidance. As the final thread fell into place, a wave of golden light erupted from the loom, racing outward in all directions. Above, in the highest spire, the great tapestry responded, its pattern shifting, adapting, strengthening. The tremors ceased, reality stabilized, and in the heart of the ethereal catacombs, Lyriel Evenstar, once distrusted for her strange gift, smiled as she witnessed the futures that now stretched before them, golden and unbroken. It is done, the timekeeper said softly, his form finally settling into that of an elderly man with kind eyes. And better than ever before. You have given us a millennium of true peace, not merely a reprieve. What happens now? Davrin asked, looking between his companions. Now? Lyriel repeated, the golden threads of tomorrow reflecting in her eyes. And now we write a new story, one thread at a time. Story 3. Deep within the forgotten reaches of Moria, where shadow and stone had long embraced in ancient silence, a melody began to stir. It wasn't heard so much as felt, a rhythmic vibration that trembled through the crystalline veins of the mountain, causing the luminous minerals embedded in the cavern walls to pulse with an otherworldly glow. Those few miners who still dared venture into the abandoned depths spoke of voices in the darkness, of precious gems that wept tears of light, and of stone that no longer slumbered, but watched with unseen eyes. Arwen Stoneheart stood at the edge of the East Chasm, her slender fingers tracing the rough-hewn symbols carved into a pillar of obsidian. The wind that swept up from the bottomless abyss carried the scent of metal and magic, and beneath it, almost imperceptible, the haunting notes of a song she had not heard since childhood, a song that should not exist. "The stones are singing again," she whispered to no one, her voice lost in the vastness of the cavern. 7 years had passed since Arwen had last set foot in Moria. 7 years since the Council of Elders had banished her for heresy, for insisting that the crystals held memories, consciousness, songs that only she could hear. The daughter of Moria's most renowned stone singer, Arwen had inherited her mother's rare gift, but amplified tenfold, able to not only hear the whispers of gems, but to respond in kind, coaxing melodies from the most stubborn of stones. The exile had transformed her. Gone was the naive girl who had believed in justice and tradition. In her place stood a woman hardened by the outside world, her once vibrant blue robes now faded to a dusty grey, her dark hair streaked with silver despite her mere 30 years. Only her eyes remained unchanged, amber flecked with gold, like the precious crystals she had once communed with daily. Arwen had sworn never to return to the kingdom that had rejected her. Yet the song had called to her across mountains and rivers, an urgent summons she could not ignore. Something was terribly wrong at the heart of Moria. The main thoroughfare leading to the crystal chambers lay in ruins. Where once elegant dwellings had been carved into the living rock, now only gaping wounds remained, the walls stripped of their embedded jewels. Arwen's heart ached at the desecration. Each crystal removed was not merely a treasure lost, but a voice silenced. As she ventured deeper, the devastation grew more profound. The sacred mining guild halls had been converted into barracks, and rough-looking mercenaries patrolled passages once walked only by master artisans. Slipping between shadows, Arwen made her way toward the source of the melody, which grew stronger with each careful step. The Chamber of Resonance, once the most hallowed place in all of Moria, had been transformed into something monstrous. Hundreds of workers, their backs bent and hands bloody, chiseled at the walls under the watchful eyes of armored guards. Giant mechanical contraptions drilled deep into the mountain's heart, extracting glowing crystals that were immediately transported to a central forge where they were melted down, their essence captured in weapons of terrible beauty. Standing upon a platform overlooking this obscenity was a mountain of a man, Thorgan Ironfist, self-proclaimed Lord of Moria. Rumors of his rise to power had reached Arwen, even in exile. A warlord from the northern wastes, he had seized control of Moria 2 years past, driving out the legitimate rulers and establishing a regime built on exploitation of the mountain's resources. "The next shipment leaves at dawn," Thorgan's voice boomed across the chamber. "Double the quota or double the lashes." Arwen's fingers instinctively closed around the small crystal hanging from her neck, her mother's final gift before passing into the great beyond. It hummed in response to her touch, resonating with the strange melody that now permeated the very air around her. A commotion erupted below as a worker collapsed, his pick falling with a clatter. Guards converged on the fallen man, but another worker intervened, placing himself between the prone figure and the approaching soldiers. "He needs water, not whips," the defender called out, his voice carrying a nobility at odds with his ragged appearance. Broad-shouldered despite his evident malnourishment, with a thick beard that couldn't quite hide a strong jawline, there was something familiar about him that made Arwen's breath catch. "Keldor," she whispered in disbelief. "Prince Keldor Ironheart, heir to the throne of Moria, the very man who had testified against her at her trial, whose words had sealed her exile. Here, filthy and emaciated, defending a fellow slave." Thorgan descended from his platform with ponderous steps. "The mighty have indeed fallen," he mocked, circling Keldor. "Perhaps the prince requires a reminder of his station." Arwen moved before she could reconsider, her hands drawing arcane patterns in the air as she whispered to the stones beneath her feet. The melody that had been haunting her now flowed through her fingertips, and the floor beneath Thorgan shifted suddenly, causing him to stumble. Chaos erupted. Guards rushed toward the source of the disturbance as Arwen leapt from her hiding place, landing in a crouch beside Keldor and the fallen worker. "You!" Keldor's eyes widened in recognition. "Save your surprise for later, Your Highness," Arwen hissed, grabbing his arm. "Unless you preferred chains to freedom." They fled through ancient maintenance tunnels that Arwen remembered from her childhood explorations, the sounds of pursuit gradually fading behind them. Only when they reached a small natural chamber, illuminated by phosphorescent fungi, did they pause to catch their breath. "The Stone Singer returns," Keldor said finally, studying her with eyes the deep blue of sapphires. "I thought you were gone forever." "As did I," Arwen replied coldly, until the stones began to scream. Over the next hours, an uneasy alliance formed between the exiled Stone Singer and the deposed prince. Keldor revealed how Thorgan had discovered ancient texts describing the crystalline forge, a mythical apparatus capable of extracting and weaponizing the inherent magic within Moria's crystals. With these weapons, he planned to conquer the realms beyond the mountain. "But there's more," Keldor confessed, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The deeper they mine, the stranger things become. Workers disappear, tunnels seal themselves overnight, and the melody—" "It's not just a melody," Arwen interrupted, her face grave. "It's a warning. The chant of the awakening." She explained what few now remembered, that Moria was not merely a mountain rich in precious stones, but the slumbering form of one of the crystal titans, primordial beings who had shaped the world in ages past. The titans had willingly transformed themselves into mountains to serve as sentinels, guarding against an ancient horror known only as the World Devourers. "The crystals are not just gems," Arwen said, her fingers tracing patterns on the chamber floor. "They're the Titan's dreams, its memories, its very consciousness spread throughout the stone. Thorgan's mining has wounded it deeply, and now—" She hesitated. "Now the seal that contains the World Devourers is failing." As if in confirmation, a violent tremor shook the chamber, dislodging stones from the ceiling. The melody that had been background noise suddenly intensified, becoming almost unbearable. "We have to reach the heart chamber," Arwen said urgently. "It's where the seal is anchored." Their journey deeper into Moria became increasingly perilous as the mountain itself seemed to waken around them. Passages shifted, stalagmites rose like spears from the ground, and crystal formations burst into blinding light or collapsed into darkness without warning. In the forgotten library carved into the living rock, they discovered ancient scrolls that confirmed Arwen's worst fears. The seal required the bloodline of Moria's rulers, Keldor's lineage, and the voice of a true stone singer to be maintained. For generations, rituals had been performed to strengthen it, but knowledge of their importance had faded with time. "That's why I could hear the stones when others couldn't," Arwen realized. "My mother was the last true stone singer, and when she died, the ritual ceased," Keldor finished grimly, "and my father, in his grief over my mother's passing, turned away from the old ways, calling them superstition." Another tremor, stronger than before, sent them stumbling against each other. In that moment of contact, the crystal around Arwen's neck blazed with light, and Keldor's signet ring, the symbol of his royal bloodline that he had managed to keep hidden, responded with a matching glow. They pressed onward, following the intensifying melody to the deepest point of Moria, a vast spherical chamber whose walls were composed entirely of crystal, refracting light in dazzling patterns. At the chamber's center hovered a pulsing orb of darkness, contained within a lattice of crystalline light that was visibly fracturing. The seal, Arwen breathed. Before they could approach, Thorgun emerged from a side passage, a contingent of guards behind him, and in his hands a weapon forged from corrupted crystal, pulsing with malevolent energy. "The prince and the witch," he sneered. "How convenient. I had planned to sacrifice you both anyway. The texts were quite specific about the power of royal blood and the voice of one who speaks to stone." What followed was a desperate battle as Arwen and Keldor fought to reach the failing seal. Thorgun's crystal weapon unleashed devastating energy, but Arwen countered by singing to the chamber itself, causing crystal spears to erupt from the walls and floor. Keldor, reclaiming his heritage in this dire moment, fought with the skill of one trained from birth in the martial traditions of Moria. Yet for all their efforts, they found themselves driven back, the seal fracturing further with each passing moment. In desperation, Arwen reached for Keldor's hand. "Your blood, my voice," she gasped. "Together." Understanding dawned in the prince's eyes. Drawing his dagger, he sliced his palm and pressed it against Arwen's crystal pendant as she began to sing. Not the songs of containment that had merely imprisoned the world devourers, but an ancient lullaby her mother had taught her, a song of transformation and healing. The chamber filled with unbearable light as the crystal walls responded, the melody amplified 1,000-fold. Thorgun screamed as the corrupted crystal weapon in his hands shattered, shards piercing his flesh and transforming him from within, his body crystallizing until he stood frozen, a statue of glittering stone. The orb of darkness at the chamber's center pulsed once, twice, and then, rather than being merely contained, began to transform, its malevolent energy converted by the song into pure crystal that spread throughout the chamber in delicate, branch-like formations of astonishing beauty. When it was done, Arwen and Keldor found themselves in a place transformed. The heart chamber had become a cathedral of living crystal, and the melody that had been a warning now played as a symphony of celebration. "It's singing to us," Keldor said in wonder, his wounded hand still clasped with Arwen's. "Not to us," she corrected softly. "With us." In the days that followed, they would begin the long process of healing Moria, freeing the enslaved, rebuilding what had been destroyed, and rediscovering the ancient partnership between the people of the mountain and the crystal titan that had sheltered them for generations. The songs of the stones would no longer go unheard, and the blood of the mountain kings would remember its duty. And if in time the exiled stone singer and the restored prince found that their hands remained clasped long after the initial danger had passed, well, that was a melody for another day, a new song in the ancient symphony of Moria. Story 4. The towers of Silverstone Castle caught the dawn's first light, transforming the ancient fortress into a gleaming beacon above the mist-shrouded kingdom of Moria. But within those resplendent walls, darkness festered. King Tharion, once revered as the wise, the just, the merciful, now wandered the royal chambers with wild eyes and wilder proclamations, his golden crown askew upon his graying head. Where once he had spoken words that brought prosperity to the 7 provinces, now he spat decrees that turned neighbor against neighbor, village against village. Princess Ilara watched from the shadows of the council chamber as her father declared yet another nonsensical edict, this time ordering the sacred elder trees of the western forests cut down to build a fleet of ships, though Moria had no coastline to launch them from. The court advisors nodded in solemn agreement, their faces betraying nothing as they transcribed the king's madness into law, all except one. Councillor Valthor, the king's most trusted advisor, observed the proceedings with a smile that never reached his eyes, eyes that gleamed with a satisfaction that made Ilara's blood run cold. When those eyes flicked briefly to hers, she shrank deeper into the alcove, her heartbeat thundering in her ears. "He knows I know," she thought, clutching a small journal to her chest. 3 nights ago, Ilara had experienced one of her visions, the prophetic glimpses that had earned her the court's scorn and her exclusion from royal duties. In the vision, she had seen Valthor in the castle's forgotten undercrypt, surrounded by hooded figures as he performed a ritual over the crown of 1,000 truths, the ancient relic that had adorned the brows of Morian kings for centuries. The crown had pulsed with sickly green light as Valthor chanted in a language that made her ears bleed even in vision sleep. She had watched him place a twisted simulacrum of the crown upon the ceremonial stand, then conceal the true artifact within his robes. When she'd tried to warn her father, he had flown into a rage so terrible that the royal guards had dragged her from the throne room. "Heretic!" he had screamed, spittle flying from his lips. A spreader of lies, conspirer against the crown. Now, as the council meeting dispersed, Ilara slipped away through servants as passages, making her way to her chambers high in the eastern tower. Her handmaiden, Lysa, waited with a bundle of traveling clothes and a satchel of provisions. "The stable boy has saddled Windwhisper as you requested, Your Highness," Lysa whispered, helping Ilara exchange her court finery for sturdy riding leathers. "Ah, but the night patrol has doubled. Councillor Valthor's orders." Of course, Valthor was tightening his grip, isolating the king from those who might break whatever spell had been woven. With the true crown hidden, the false one was clearly working its corruption upon her father's mind. Ilara had found ancient texts in the royal library, histories that spoke of the crown's true nature, how it had been forged not merely as a symbol of authority, but as a conduit of wisdom, allowing rulers to perceive truth through the veils of deception. "I must reach the Oracle of the Suspended Mountains," Ilara said, securing her mother's silver dagger at her hip. The weight of it was comforting, a reminder of Queen Lyriel, who had shared Ilara's gift of sight before a fever took her 5 winters past. If anyone knows how to restore the crown, it will be the Oracle. After tearful farewells, Ilara made her way through forgotten passages built into the castle walls generations earlier, escape routes designed for the royal family in times of siege. As the moon reached its zenith, she emerged beyond the castle walls, finding Windwhisper tethered to an ancient oak at the forest's edge. The white mare's ears pricked forward in recognition, but before Ilara could mount, a voice emerged from the darkness. "Fleeing your own castle, princess." That's generally considered poor form. A figure melted from the shadows, broad-shouldered and battle-worn, the moonlight revealing a face etched with scars and regret. His hand rested casually on a sword hilt, worn smooth by years of use, but he made no move to draw it. "Rorik Shadowbane," Ilara breathed, recognition and alarm mingling in her voice. Once the captain of her father's royal guard, Rorik had vanished after the Battle of Blackridge Pass 3 years earlier, where his desertion had reportedly cost hundreds of Morian lives. "Have you come to add royal kidnapping to your crimes?" A bitter smile twisted his lips. "I've come to prevent the kingdom's last hope from riding blindly into a trap. Valthor's hunters are patrolling every road from here to the Silver Lake." Ilara's eyes narrowed. "How could you possibly know about your destination or about Valthor's corruption of the crown?" Rorik interrupted, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I know because I've spent 3 years tracking the cult of the Abyss. Valthor is their hierophant, and your father's deterioration is but the first phase of their grand design." Suspicion warred with desperate hope in Ilara's heart. This man had abandoned his post, his honor, his kingdom, yet something in his eyes spoke of burdens carried too long alone, of sacrifices made without recognition. "Why should I trust you?" she demanded, one hand moving to her mother's dagger. "Because I'm the only one who knows what the crown truly is," Rorik replied, his gaze unwavering. "And because I know a path to the oracle that even Valthor's spies haven't discovered." Dawn found them traversing a narrow ridge that cut through the foothills of the suspended mountains, so named for the massive floating islands of rock that hovered impossibly above their snow-capped peaks. The path Rorik followed appeared on no royal map, winding through ravines where ancient stone sentinels stood silent guard, their features worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain. "These were the vigilant ones," Rorik explained, noticing Ilara's gaze upon the weathered statues. "And created by the first architects of Moria to watch for the awakening." "The awakening of what?" Ilara asked, a chill creeping along her spine that had nothing to do with the mountain air. Rorik merely shook his head. "The oracle will explain better than I can. We're nearly there." The oracle's sanctuary defied reason. Built into the side of a floating island that cast its shadow across the valley below, it could only be reached by a bridge that appeared solid from a distance, but revealed itself to be composed of pure light as they approached. Ilara hesitated at its threshold, but Rorik stepped confidently onto the radiant span. "The bridge of intentions will hold firm for those who seek truth," he said, extending his hand. "But just don't look down." The sanctuary itself was a marvel of crystal and living wood, its central chamber open to the sky, where dozens of the floating islands drifted in slow, deliberate patterns that Ilara realized with sudden insight formed a vast celestial timepiece. At the chamber's heart sat the oracle, neither young nor old, neither male nor female, their forms shifting subtly with each passing moment, as if multiple beings occupied the same space. "The princess who sees and the warrior who fled," the oracle greeted them, their voice a harmonious blend of tones. "You come seeking answers about the crown of 1,000 truths." "It's been corrupted," Ilara began urgently. "Councillor Valthor has merely hastened what was inevitable," the oracle interrupted gently. "The crown is not what you believe it to be, Princess Ilara. It's not a tool of your ancestors' creation." The oracle gestured, and the air before them shimmered, revealing images of Moria's distant past. The first settlers discovering a perfect circle of standing stones in a valley unmarked by time. Beneath those stones, an excavation revealing a massive face carved from a material no tool could scratch. And atop that face, nestled between stone brows, a crown gleaming with its own inner light. "Adri, the crown of 1,000 truths," the oracle continued, "is no crown at all, but a key, the control mechanism for something ancient and vast, something that has slumbered beneath Moria since before humans walked these lands." Rorik stepped forward, his face grim. "The kingdom was built upon the body of a sleeping god." "Not a god," corrected the oracle, "though its power may seem divine to mortal understanding. The ancients called it Morvath, the world shifter. Once every millennium, it stirs in its slumber, and the crown was designed to soothe it back to deeper sleep through the will of a worthy ruler." The implications struck Ilara like a physical blow. "My father's madness, the corruption, is the first sign of Morvath's awakening," the oracle confirmed. "Valthor and his cult believe they can control the entity when it rises, using the false crown he created. They cannot. If Morvath fully wakes, Moria will be merely the first kingdom to fall in its hunger." Then we must recover the true crown, Elara declared, a new resolve hardening within her. Return it to my father before Morvath awakens fully. The oracle's ever-shifting features settled briefly into an expression of sorrow. And it is not so simple, child. The crown itself has developed awareness over the centuries. It chooses its bearers now, and it has chosen you, not your father. Me, Elara whispered, disbelief evident in her voice. But I'm not. I cannot. Your gift of sight is no accident, Rorik interjected quietly. It's the crown reaching for you across the distance, preparing you for what must come. The oracle nodded. The crown knows Morvath stirs. It has been seeking a mind strong enough to contain the knowledge it possesses, the 1,000 truths of its title. Valthor recognized your potential before you did, Princess. That is why he moved against you, why he sought to discredit your visions. In that moment, the sanctuary trembled, crystal chimes ringing in dissonant alarm. Far below, in the valley where Moria's capital sprawled, a plume of green light erupted from the Silverstone Castle's highest tower. Valthor begins the awakening ritual, the oracle said urgently. You must go now. How? Elara cried, desperation edging her voice. How can we possibly reach the castle in time? The oracle smiled, and with a gesture, the floor beneath them transformed, revealing a massive crystal basin filled with water so clear it appeared almost invisible. From the basin rose a creature of legend, a silver-scaled serpent with wings like translucent silk, its eyes reflecting wisdom accumulated across eons. A sky rider, Rorik breathed, awe replacing his usual stoicism. I thought they had vanished centuries ago. The last of her kind, the oracle confirmed. Like the crown, she has waited for this moment, for the one who would face Morvath with open eyes. As Elara approached the majestic creature, something resonated within her, a connection similar to her visions but stronger, more focused. The Sky Rider lowered her head in acknowledgement, inviting the princess to mount. I'll take the mountain paths, Rorik said, already moving toward the sanctuary's entrance. Draw away as many of Valthor's cultists as I can. Elara caught his arm. You'll never reach the castle in time. A genuine smile softened his battle-hardened features. I don't need to. I just need to ensure you do. Understanding passed between them, the weight of duty, of destiny, of choices that could not be unmade. Impulsively, Elara pressed her mother's silver dagger into his hand. Return this to me when it's done, she said, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her. That's a royal command, Shadowbane. As the Sky Rider bore her skyward, Elara fixed her gaze on the distant castle where green light now swirled in ominous patterns. The knowledge the oracle had shared settled into place within her mind, pieces of a puzzle she had been assembling her entire life without realizing it. The visions, the crown's consciousness reaching for hers, the truth about what lay beneath Moria's foundations. Below, she glimpsed Rorik racing along a ridge, already drawing the attention of dark-robed figures on the paths below. His diversion would buy her precious minutes, time enough, perhaps, to reach the crown before Morvath fully stirred. I am Elara of House Silverstone, she thought, feeling the Sky Rider respond to her determination with increased speed. Daughter of Tharion the Wise and Lyriel the Farsighted, I am the crown's chosen, and I will not let my kingdom fall. The Sky Rider banked sharply, its wings cutting through a bank of clouds as they arrowed toward the castle, and the confrontation that would determine not just Elara's fate, but that of all Moria. Story 5. Deep within the ancient halls of Moria, where shadows danced upon walls of primordial stone, and the whispers of forgotten ages echoed through cavernous chambers, the eternal flame flickered. For thousands of years, this sacred fire had burned without pause, a beacon of power and balance, its mesmerizing golden blue light sustaining the 7 realms that surrounded the mountain kingdom. But now, for the first time since the Age of Awakening, the flame diminished, its once towering blaze reduced to embers that pulsed like a faltering heartbeat. In the forging district of Lower Moria, Kaelor Ironblood brought his hammer down upon glowing steel, each strike releasing a shower of sparks that momentarily illuminated his unusual features, too tall for a dwarf, too broad for a human, belonging fully to neither world. Sweat glistened on his soot-stained brow as he worked, oblivious to the muttered insults from pure-blooded dwarven smiths in neighboring forges. "Half-blood makes half-worthy blades," one grumbled just loudly enough to be heard. Kaelor's jaw tightened, but he continued his methodical work, folding the steel with practiced precision. At 22, he had endured such prejudice for as long as he could remember. Orphaned during the border wars, he had been raised by Master Grimmel, an aging weaponsmith who saw talent where others saw only mixed heritage. The forge's heat was unusually oppressive today. Kaelor paused, wiping his brow, when something strange caught his attention. The flames in his forge shifted from orange to an ethereal blue, then pulsed in a rhythm that seemed almost intelligent. As he stared, transfixed, the fire leapt from the forge and wrapped around his hammer hand, causing the other smiths to cry out in alarm. Yet there was no pain. The azure flames caressed his skin like cool silk, spiraling up his arm to form intricate patterns that matched the unusual birthmark he had carried since infancy. The fire settled into those lines, illuminating them from within until his arm appeared to be inscribed with luminous runes. "The mark of the Guardian," whispered Master Grimmel, who had emerged from the storeroom to witness the phenomenon. His weathered face had gone pale beneath his silver beard. "By the ancestors, boy, do you know what this means?" Before Kaelor could respond, the ground beneath their feet trembled violently. From the direction of the great forge at Moria's heart, the sacred site where the eternal flame had burned since time immemorial, came a sound like the mountain itself was groaning in pain. The tremor subsided, but the eerie blue glow remained upon Kaelor's arm, pulsing in time with his quickened heartbeat. Around him, the other smiths backed away, making warding signs against evil. "Come!" Grimmel said urgently, taking Kaelor by his unmarked arm. "We must speak in private." Now, in the cramped living quarters above the forge, Grimmel retrieved a locked chest from beneath a loose flagstone, a chest Kaelor had never seen in 15 years as the old smith's apprentice. From it, Grimmel withdrew an object wrapped in faded crimson cloth. "I prayed this day would never come," the old dwarf said, his hands trembling slightly as he unwrapped a medallion of strange, iridescent metal. "Yet I also prayed that if it did, I would have prepared you better." "Prepared me for what?" Kaelor asked, his voice steady, despite the fear blooming in his chest. "What is happening to me?" "You are awakening to your heritage," Grimmel replied solemnly. "You are not merely half dwarf and half human, Kaelor. Your mother was a guardian of the flame, one of an ancient lineage charged with protecting the eternal fire that sustains our realm. And if the mark has appeared," he hesitated, his expression grim, "then the flame is failing." Before Kaelor could process this revelation, shouts erupted from the street below. They rushed to the window to see people pointing toward the mountain's peak, where the ever-present golden glow that had illuminated Moria for centuries was being swallowed by an encroaching darkness. "Too late," Grimmel whispered. "She has already begun her assault." "Who has?" "Queen Nyx of the Shadow Deep. The ancient texts speak of her, a ruler of corrupted creatures who dwells in the forgotten caverns beneath Moria." Legend says she was once a guardian herself, until she delved too deep and was transformed by what she found there. The blue markings on Kayla's arm flared painfully, and with the pain came a vision. A vast chamber illuminated by a colossal flame that now guttered dangerously low, surrounded by the flame. A circular dais inscribed with runes matching those on his arm, and approaching the chamber, an army of twisted creatures led by a figure whose beauty remained evident despite the corruption that had turned her skin the color of midnight and her eyes the crimson of fresh blood. "I see her," Kayla gasped. "She approaches the flame with an army of abominations." Grimmel pressed the medallion into Kayla's hand. "Then there is no time to waste. This talisman will guide you to the Forge of Souls, a place known only to the Guardians. It is said the forge contains the power to restore the eternal flame, but only if wielded by one of Guardian blood." "But I know nothing of this heritage," Kayla protested. "How can I possibly—" "You must—" Grimmel cut him off. "You are the last, Kaylor. When the border wars ended, the victorious human kingdoms hunted down the remaining Guardians, fearing their power. Your mother fled here, to the one place that valued smithcraft above bloodlines. She made me swear to keep you safe, to teach you the ways of fire and metal, but never to reveal your true nature unless the mark appeared." Another tremor shook the building, more violent than the first. Somewhere in the distance, alarm bells began to toll. "Go!" Grimmel urged, pushing a packed travel bag into Kaylor's hands. "Take the eastern tunnel toward the Silverleaf Forest. The talisman will guide you from there." "Come with me," Kaylor pleaded. The old smith shook his head. "My role was to prepare you. Yours is to save us all." He clasped Kaylor's shoulders. "You have a smith's hands and a guardian's heart. Trust both." The eastern tunnel emerged into a forest unlike any Kaylor had ever seen. Having spent his life amid stone and forge fire, the verdant expanse of the Silverleaf Forest was almost overwhelming. Massive trees with bark like polished silver and leaves that shimmered with inner light. Undergrowth that seemed to shift and rearrange itself when not directly observed. The medallion hummed in his hand, warming when he faced northeast, cooling when he strayed from the path. Following its guidance, Kaylor traveled for 2 days, the blue markings on his arm growing steadily brighter as the distant light of the eternal flame continued to dim. On the 3rd day, as he crossed a stream that flowed with water so clear it was nearly invisible, an arrow struck the ground at his feet. Before he could react, more arrows followed, forming a perfect circle around him. "That's far enough, Guardian," called a melodic voice filled with unmistakable contempt. From the surrounding trees emerged a dozen elves, their woodland attire blending so perfectly with the forest that they seemed to materialize from the very air. Their leader stepped forward, tall and graceful, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes that held the cold fire of stars. Despite her beauty, her expression was one of pure hatred. "Illyris Starweaver," she introduced herself with mocking formality, "captain of the Silverleaf Sentinels, and daughter of those your kind betrayed during the Shadow Wars." "I don't know what you're talking about," Kaylor said, keeping his hands visible. "I'm just a blacksmith." "The marks on your arm declare otherwise," Lyris replied coldly. "You are a guardian, or would be, if any of the flame remained to guard. Your ancestors swore an oath to protect our realms, then abandoned us when the darkness came. My parents died in the onslaught." Understanding dawned. "And my parents died when humans hunted down the remaining guardians," Kaylor responded. "It seems we have both been orphaned by the failings of those who came before us." Something flickered in Lyris's expression, a momentary hesitation. Before she could respond, however, the forest around them darkened unnaturally. The silver leaves dulled, their inner light fading as a cold mist crept along the ground. "They're here," one of the elven sentinels whispered, knocking an arrow to his bow. From the mist emerged creatures out of nightmare, once natural beasts twisted by corrupt magic, wolves with too many legs and glowing purple eyes. Birds whose feathers had been replaced by writhing tendrils, and leading them, a figure that caused the markings on Kaelor's arm to flare with painful intensity. Queen Nyx moved with unnatural grace, her form both beautiful and terrible, a woman whose noble features remained discernible beneath a carapace of shadow stuff that shifted and flowed like living darkness. Upon her brow sat a crown of black crystal that pulsed with malevolent energy. "The last guardian and the sentinel captain," she observed, her voice resonating with multiple tones, speaking in perfect harmony. "How convenient to find you together." The elves loosed their arrows, but the shafts dissolved into smoke before reaching their target. With a gesture from Nyx, roots erupted from the ground, ensnaring half the elven company. Lyris drew twin blades of shimmering silver, their edges glowing with runes of warding. "Lee, Guardian," she commanded Kaelor without taking her eyes from the advancing threat. "Whatever grievance lies between our peoples, it means nothing if the eternal flame is extinguished. We will buy you time." Kaelor hesitated only a moment before making his decision. Instead of fleeing, he stepped forward to stand beside Lyris, the smith's hammer from his belt now gripped firmly in his hand. As he did, the blue markings on his arm flowed like liquid fire, extending down to his hand and enveloping the hammer, transforming the simple tool into a weapon wreathed in azure flame. "My ancestors may have fled," he said, his voice steady, "but I will not." What followed was a desperate battle. The corrupted creatures fell before the combined might of elven blades and Kaelor's flaming hammer, but more kept emerging from the mist. Queen Nyx observed the struggle with detached amusement, intervening only when either Lyris or Kaelor seemed close to breaking through her minions. "You cannot win," Nyx said eventually, sounding almost bored. "The flame fades with each passing hour. Soon the great below will awaken, and all your realms will be consumed." At the mention of the great below, Kaelor's medallion vibrated violently, growing hot enough to sear through his tunic. Acting on instinct, he grasped it tightly, ignoring the pain, and slammed his hammer into the earth beneath him. A shockwave of blue fire erupted outward, temporarily clearing the battlefield and staggering even Nyx herself. In that moment of reprieve, the medallion projected a vision visible to both Kaelor and Lyris, a map leading to a hidden valley where the Forge of Souls lay concealed. "Together," Kaelor gasped, extending his free hand to Lyris. "The only way to stop her is together." Lyris hesitated, generations of mistrust warring with the immediate threat. Then, as Nyx recovered and darkness began to close in again, she clasped his hand. "Together," she agreed. "But this changes nothing between our peoples." Kaelor smiled grimly. "If we fail, there won't be peoples left to have grievances." As Queen Nyx unleashed a wave of pure darkness toward them, the medallion's power enveloped both Kaelor and Lyris in a sphere of blue flame. When the darkness receded, they were gone, transported toward the Forge of Souls, where ancient truths awaited. Truths about the eternal flame's purpose, about Queen Nyx's transformation, and about the slumbering entity far below Moria's roots, whose awakening would consume not just their realms, but all realms across the great tapestry of existence. The final battle for Moria, and for all worlds touched by the eternal flame's light, had only just begun. Story 6. The ancient blade glinted in the dying light, its edge hungry for the blood of the last dragon. Thornwyversbane stood motionless atop the wind-swept crag, his silhouette harsh against the crimson sky as he gazed down at his fallen quarry. The legendary hunter's face, weathered by decades of pursuit and battle, betrayed no emotion, though his heart thundered within his chest. This moment represented the culmination of his life's purpose, the final act in the grand saga of dragon slayers that had defined the Age of Ash. Seraphina lay before him, her azure scales dulled with exhaustion and blood, wings tattered from their aerial battle above the splintered peaks. Even in defeat, the dragon's eyes burned with an ancient intelligence that had given Thorn pause throughout their confrontation. Unlike the savage beasts of legend, this creature fought with desperate precision, as though defending something far greater than her own life. "The songs will remember your name, Weaver's Bane," Seraphina spoke, her voice resonating like distant thunder, "but will they sing the truth of it?" Thorn's grip tightened on his sword, the legendary Soul Reaver, forged in dragonfire and quenched in the blood of Seraphina's kin. The weapon hummed with anticipation, a discordant melody that had grown increasingly dissonant with each dragon he had slain. "There is only one truth," Thorn replied, raising the blade high, its enchanted edge catching the last rays of twilight. "Dragons brought ruin to Moria. I bring ruin to dragons." Yet as the blade descended toward the dragon's exposed heart, something miraculous occurred. The ancient runes etched along Seraphina's flank began to glow with a pale, ethereal light. The markings, previously hidden beneath layers of scales, now revealed themselves in patterns unlike any Thorn had seen in his blood-soaked career. They were not the sigils of domination and destruction that adorned the monuments of the fallen dragon tyrants, but symbols of protection and guardianship. Thorn's blade halted a finger's breadth from the dragon's chest. "Ogu, what manner of trickery is this?" he demanded, though doubt had already taken root in his mind. "No trickery, Hunter," Seraphina replied, her voice growing stronger despite her wounds. "Only truth, long buried. Look upon the markings of the Draconic Covenant, the oath made when my ancestors bound themselves to protect this realm against the devourers of the void." With deliberate movements that betrayed her pain, Seraphina extended one massive talon and traced a circle in the dust. Within it, she sketched 7 interlocking symbols, the primordial seals that had, according to legend, been created by the first human mages to bind the ancient evils beneath the waves. "Your histories remember dragons as tyrants because the victors write the chronicles," she continued. "What they do not record is that we were guardians, sworn to protect the seals that hold the devourers at bay. Each dragon bloodline was entrusted with one seal." Her eyes, faceted like sapphires, locked with thorns. "I am the last of my kind. When I fall, so too does the final guardian of the 7th seal." The revelation struck Thorn like a physical blow. Could the Order of Grey Knights, the ancient brotherhood that had raised him from childhood to hunt dragons, have been wrong? Or worse, could they have known the truth and concealed it? Before he could voice these treasonous thoughts, a distant horn shattered the silence. On the horizon, the unmistakable banners of the Grey Knights appeared. The Order had tracked him to this remote peak and would soon arrive to witness his greatest triumph. In that moment, Thorn Wyversbane made a decision that would forever alter the fate of Moria. He sheathed his blade and knelt beside the injured dragon. "If what you say is true, then we have little time," he whispered urgently. "Can you fly?" "Not far, not fast," Seraphina replied, her massive form struggling to rise. "But enough to escape their immediate pursuit." 3 days later, Thorn stood at the edge of the Whispering Gorge, gazing down at the mist-shrouded depths where the first of the primordial seals was said to be hidden. Beside him, Seraphina rested, her wounds partially healed thanks to the ancient draconic magic she had been too weak to summon during their battle. "The knights will never stop hunting us," Thorn said, absently running his fingers along the pommel of Soul Reaver. The blade had grown cold since his decision to spare Seraphina, as though the magic bound within its metal had turned dormant, or perhaps disapproving. "They hunt us because they fear what awakens beneath the abyssal sea," Seraphina replied. "The Grey Knights believe that by destroying the Dragon Guardians, they can reshape the seals under human control. They do not understand the nature of what they unleash." Thorn frowned. "You said we need to locate all 7 seals. Can they be strengthened?" The dragon's expression darkened. 5 have already been broken, their guardians slain by your blade, and those who carried it before you. Only 2 remain intact, the one I guard and one hidden deep within these mists." She turned her gaze toward the gorge. "But there is another path. The scrolls of Archmage Vexillar in the submerged ruins of Azurmere speak of how the seals were first created. With that knowledge, we might forge new bindings." A cold realization crept into Thorn's mind. The Order always insisted that Soul Reaver must taste the blood of every dragon, that the weapon would only reach its full potential when the last of your kind fell. But that was never the purpose of the blade, was it? Seraphina's eyes glittered with ancient sorrow. "The blade you carry was forged by the first human and dragon alliance, not as a weapon of destruction, but as a tool of union. Its true name is not Soul Reaver, but Soul Binder, created to merge the essence of the last dragon with a worthy human champion, creating a guardian powerful enough to renew the seals if they should ever fail." The revelation left Thorn reeling. His entire existence, the countless dragons he had hunted, the oaths he had sworn, the sacrifices he had made, all based on a fundamental misunderstanding, or worse, a deliberate deception. The journey to Azurmere took them across the fractured lands of Moria, a realm divided by ancient cataclysms and more recent conflicts. Villages that had once celebrated Thorn's arrival now barred their gates at the sight of a dragon hunter traveling alongside his prey. Rumors spread like wildfire across the 7 kingdoms that the legendary Wyversbane had been ensorcelled, his mind and will no longer his own. Meanwhile, the skies darkened with unnatural storms. The waters of lakes and rivers turned brackish and foul. At night, strange lights pulsed beneath the surface of the abyssal sea, the first manifestation of the Devourers, testing the weakened barriers of their prison. When they finally reached the shores of the once great city of Azurmere, now half submerged beneath the encroaching sea, Thorn and Seraphina found an army awaiting them. The full might of the Grey Knights stood in gleaming formation along the rocky coastline, their armor reflecting the sickly light that emanated from the troubled waters. At their head stood Lord Commander Validus, Thorn's former mentor, and the man who had first placed Soul Reaver in his hands when he was but a boy. "I expected better of you, Wyversbane," Validus called out, his voice carrying across the shore. "To fall prey to draconic deception after all your training." "The deception was not hers, Commander," Thorn replied, his hand steady on his sword hilt. "I've seen the ancient markings, the truth of the Covenant. Dragons were not our enemies. They were guardians against something far worse." Validus's face hardened. "We knew the old tales. We also knew that dragons could not be trusted with such power indefinitely. The Order made a choice centuries ago to claim that power for humanity. 5 seals have been broken and reforged under our control. When the last 2 fall, the Devourers will be bound to our will, not to the whims of dragons." "You've doomed us all," Seraphina's voice thundered across the beach. "The Devourers cannot be controlled, not by dragons, not by humans. That is why the seals were created in concert between our kinds. As if summoned by her words, the sea behind the grey nights began to churn. Dark tendrils of oily shadow rose from the depths, twisting through the air like living smoke. Where they touched the nights, armor, metal corroded instantly, flesh withered, and souls were snuffed out like candles in a gale. Chaos erupted on the shore as knights broke formation, their disciplined ranks dissolving into panic. Validus alone stood firm, raising an amulet that glowed with sickly power, a fragment of one of the corrupted seals. Thorn realized with horror. "It begins," Seraphina whispered, her voice heavy with ancient sorrow. The Devourers sensed the weakening of their prison. They reached through the gaps in the seals. In that moment, Thorn Wyversbane understood what he must do. Drawing Soulbinder, he turned to face the dragon who had been his quarry and was now his only hope. "The blade requires a willing sacrifice from both sides," he said. "Is that not so?" Seraphina's eyes widened in understanding. "You would become the Guardian? Forsake your humanity to merge with what you have hunted all your life." Thorn gazed past her to the chaos unfolding along the shore, to the darkness rising from the deep, to the future of a world without protection. "I hunted dragons because I believed it was my destiny," he replied, raising the ancient blade between them. "Perhaps I was right about the destiny, but wrong about its shape." As the shadows of the Void Devourers stretched across the land, as the screams of the dying echoed along the shore, as the last light of day faded from the troubled sky, Thorn Wyversbane made his final choice. The blade of destiny, Soulbinder, flashed once in the gathering darkness, not to end a life, but to transform it. Where once had stood a man and a dragon, now there rose a being of legend, neither human nor dragon, but something new. A guardian with the wisdom of an ancient race and the unyielding will of humanity. A creature of fire and steel and magic, whose roar shattered the corrupted seal fragments clutched in Validus's grasp. The Devourers recoiled from this new power, this unexpected guardian whose very existence represented the union that had first bound them. As they retreated temporarily to the depths from which they had emerged, the transformed Thorn spread wings of flame and shadow, knowing that the true battle had only just begun. For the blade of inverted fate had fulfilled its true purpose at last, not in ending the age of dragons, but in creating its inheritor, a guardian born of both worlds, ready to forge anew the bonds that would protect Moria from the darkness beyond the void.